Today I'm starting a new Django 3 project tutorial. This video is an intro and I'm going to install Django framework, create a new Django project and create a new Django app. The first my step is to create a virtual environment for my project. I am using the virtual env package, but you can use the pipenv to do the same. I am opening the folder for my project and open here the terminal. Then venv is the name of the current virtual environment. -- Python parameter is the needed Python version. It will be Python 3.8. Then I have to activate created virtual environment with the source command. And let's check Python and pip versions. Okay, I'm creating a new folder for my Django project, and let's say it will be an app folder, make dir app. Then I change directory to the app. And here I will install Django framework. Pip install Django. Django is installed and now I have to create a new Django project. I can do it with the following command. Django admin start project. Django says that I have to provide a project name, so the project name will be Blog Engine. And we can see that Django created a new folder Blog Engine with files of the new project. Now I am navigating into it and open it with my editor. cd Blog Engine. I'm using the Atom editor. So I have to open this Blog Engine folder in Atom. Dot means the current folder, app Blog Engine. And you can see that I have here two Blog Engine folders. The first one is the parent Blog Engine directory and the second one is the child directory with the same name. The parent Blog Engine directory is just a container for the whole project, and the child Blog Engine directory is a folder with the settings of the project. We can already begin to implement our project with the files and the structure that we have already at the moment, but we should take into account that any Django project consists of applications. You can consider Django applications like modules or plugins, but in Django terminology, they are applications or just simply apps. Each application is an isolated part of the functionality of our project. For example, a commenting system or a payment system or an authorization or maybe a chatbot of your project can be applications. Each Django application is almost a completely separate code with its own logic, with its own HTML templates, with its own CSS styles and JavaScript. Each application is literally the folder and it can be easily copied and pasted to another Django project with Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. And right now I'm going to create such application. And now I have to change directory that contains the manage.py file. And in terminal I'm using the command python manage.py file, start app, and then I have to specify the name of the app. It will be blog. And now we can see that Django created a new blog folder with the application files. The next video will be about routing and handling of a user's request and about creating a response to a user. In this video, we'll talk about routing of a user's request, its handling, and generating a response to a user. As you know, Django implements the MVC pattern. The MVC is an acronym to Model View Controller. The main idea of the MVC pattern is that we differentiate code for storing data in a database, this part referred to a model word, from the code for viewing a response to a user, this part referred to a view word, and from the code for routing a user's request, this part referred to a controller word. But Django has some terminology deviation. In Django, for viewing a response to a user are responsible HTML templates, and for routing a user's request that in traditional MVC pattern referred to a controller word, in Django are responsible URLs py and views.py files. Django is still an MVC framework, but I think it's better to keep in mind these terminology differences. So, if we look at generated files of our blog app, we can match these files to the roles in Django. urls.py files, there is no such in the blog directory, but the urls.py present in the blog engine directory. Views py files are responsible for handling a user's request, and models.py files are responsible for storing data in a database. Let's begin, and I want to start the Django development server. I'm opening my terminal and I need a directory that contains manage.py file, and here python manage.py, then run server command, and here I'm specifying the port number explicitly. I want to have 5000 port number, but default Django dev server port number is 8000. So if I run this command now, I will get the dev server on 8000 port number. Django says that there are some unapplied migrations, and to read off this red warning message, I just apply the migrations with the migrate command. And again, that port is already in use. Exception, okay. Let's look at it in the browser. I am using Chrome, and when I entered the URL localhost 8000, my Chrome browser generated the GET request to this URL. And in this moment, our task is to receive a user's request, a GET request, and pass it to a function that will handle it. And to do it, I have to open the urls.py file and specify a pattern for a URL address that a user wants to visit. So let's open the urls.py file in the child blog engine directory, this one. The blog engine directory is the directory with our project's settings, and this urls.py file determines request routing for our entire project. And here we can see the URL patterns variable, that is a list, where each element is a result of the path function. And here I am appending a new URL pattern. Will be the new path function colon, and the path function can receive 4 arguments. 2 arguments are required. These are a URL pattern itself and a function that will handle a request to the URL address and that will match to this URL pattern. And the other 2 optional arguments are a name of a URL pattern and a dictionary with additional arguments. So I'm passing into the path function a URL pattern. Let's say it will be blog as the first argument, and the second argument will be a function that will handle the GET request to this URL, to this one. And that will be, let's say, will be the hello function. I am saving the URLs py model, and immediately Django says that the name hello is not defined. Okay, let's define it. First of all, to use the hello function in the URLs py file, I have to create it in the URLs py model, or I have to import it from another model. Let's say that the hello function will be created in the views.py model, and I want to import the hello function to the urls.py model. So here from dot means the current directory, that is the block engine directory, views import hello. That is to say that Python interpreter should import the hello function from the views.py file in the same directory. And in the block engine directory there is no views.py model, so let's create it. Views.py, and inside the views.py file I have to define the hello function that will handle a user's request to the localhost 5000 block address. So I have to define it here. Hello request object is the required argument, and it will pass for a while. Now I have the hello function, the handler of the user's request to the block URL, and let's make a new GET request to that address /blog. Great. Django raises the exception that the hello function didn't return an HTTP response object, it returned none instead, and this is absolutely right because our hello function is empty now, but this exception doesn't really matter. But what matters here? My request to this address was routed via urls.py file and then passed into the hello function. When I entered the URL to the address bar of my Chrome browser, the Chrome generated the GET request that was routed to the urls.py module, this one. From the urls.py module, Django gets the information that all requests to the blog address are handled by the hello function that was imported from the views.py file, this function. And so let's look at the request object that our hello function takes as an argument. The request object is a global object that is accessible in our entire project. So let's here will be an empty string, print request, empty string again. I want to see attributes of the request object, and again an empty string. And now to see the results I have to call the hello function again. That is, I have to go to the localhost 5000 block address and make a request again. I got an exception again, but it really doesn't matter now again. We can see the request object and HTTP method. It was the GET request to the blog URL, and these are the attributes of the request object. Some of them we will use a bit later. But now it's time to return to a user an HTTP response object as Django wanted from us. So here from Django HTTP module import HTTP response. And let's say the hello function will return HTTP response instance. And again, I am opening the blog URL. And now we can see the hello world header. Okay, it's working, but in the last video I created the blog application that I have to use for encapsulation of a data and a logic of my app. Let's plug in it into our Django project. I have to open the settings py file, and I have to append the name of my blog app to the installed app list blog. Okay, and now I have to reroute a user's request to my blog application. And to do it, I have to open the URLs py file, this one, in the blog engine directory. And instead of the hello function as a handler of a user's request in the path function colon, I have to tell Django that all requests to the blog URL should be rerouted to the blog app to its URLs py file. To do it, I have to use the include function from the Django URLs module. So here from Django URLs import include. And so instead of the hello function, I'm calling the include function, and as an argument I'm specifying the path to the URLs py file. Blog is my app and URLs is the model that will route all users' requests to the blog address. And we can see that in the blog directory there is no any URLs py model. So let's create it. And here I have to reproduce all content from main URLs py file. Let's copy this and paste it here. I am deleting admin, deleting include, also this one, and admin. URL pattern will be an empty string, and the handler function will be, let's say, index function that I want to import from the views module. From .views import index. Then I am opening the views.py file, and here I have to define the index function that will accept the request object as an argument. Then I am importing from Django HTTP response class, and the index function will return HTTP response instance with the same content. Hello world from blog index. And again no module named blog URLs. It's weird, but I think that the Django doesn't know that the blog app was included to the installed apps list, so I think that I have to restart the server. And it works. And it means that my request to the localhost blog page was routed to the URLs py file of the blog app, and was handled in the views.py file by the index function. Okay, how does Django perform a routing of requests? Let's assume that a user opened some domain blog, some post URL. Django cuts off the domain name and the rest of the URL address, this part. Django looks for matching of this part of the address to a pattern in the URL's pattern list. And Django will find the blog pattern, and all requests to it should be routed to the URL's py file in the blog app. Django cuts off matched part of the URL address again, this part, and sends the rest to the URL's py file in the blog app, here. The URL's py file in the blog app has no URL pattern for some post address, so if I'll try to open this URL, I'll get an exception. I opened just the main blog address. And the first time Django cuts off the domain name, and at the second time Django cuts off the blog part, this one. So in this case the empty string is in the rest that was passed to the URL's py file of the blog app. And that's all with the basics of routing. In the next video we will use HTML templates and look at template inheritance. In this video we will use HTML templates for rendering a response to a user. In the last video we used the HTTP response class to render response, but as you can guess it is a very inefficient way, and usually HTML templates are used for that. To use HTML templates, first of all I have to create them, and in the blog directory I am creating a new folder and name it templates, and inside the templates folder I am creating a new nested folder with the same name as my Django application, that is the blog folder. I got the templates directory, and inside the templates I got another blog directory. This folder structure is a Django agreement that helps to avoid naming conflicts in large projects. So it's recommended to use this directory structure for HTML containing folders. And by default Django will search for all HTML templates in folders with the template's name. Now let's create a new index.html file. Index.html. And let's fill it with some content. Let's say it will be h1, header, hello world again, from index.html. And to show this template to a user, I have to correct a return value of my index function in views.py module. To render an HTML file, we should use the render function that is already imported. It takes two required arguments. The first one is the request object, this one. And the second one is the path to the HTML template to render. In my case, the path will be blog index. It is a string, so blog index HTML. Save. And if we look at the blog page, we can see F5 that all works and there is h1 header hello world from index.html. But in this case, Django renders the HTML file, HTML template. Okay, the next step is to fill our HTML template with some data from our Python views functions. Let's suppose that a user has requested some information. We handled his request, maybe some calculations have been done, got data from a database. In a word, we did something, and now we have to show the result to a user. How to pass data to an HTML template. So let's create a new variable. Let's say it will be the n variable with the bob string as a value. And now I want to pass the value of the n variable to the HTML template. And to do it, I have to pass to the render function one more argument, the context argument. Context is a dictionary where the key is the name of the variable that I want to use in the HTML template. Let's say it will be name, and the value of that key is the value I want to pass to the HTML template. I want to pass the value of the n variable, so the value of the name key will be the n variable. Then, somewhere in the index.html file, I have to use this line, name. To use some value or a statement inside an HTML template, we have to use two opening and two closing curly brackets. It looks like frame, and inside these curly brackets I put the name variable. So let's save it and look at the browser. And I got here the bob name. Bob is a value of the n variable that I passed to the HTML template inside the context dictionary, where n is a value of the name key. And this key I used as the variable inside the HTML template. So if I'd used, let's say, zebra as the key of the context dictionary here, in the index.html template I should use the zebra variable also. So name here and name here is the same name. The next step. Let's suppose that we have some sequence, a list of strings. Let's say it will be an animals list with zebra, something like this. Then I want to rename the key of the context dictionary. It will be animals too as the key, and the value of the animals key will be the animals variable. And I want to refresh the page right now. As you can see, there is no exception. We just don't see any data because of I didn't use the animals variable in my index.html template. So inside the frame I am using the animals variable, and if I refresh the page now, I got my list as a string. And list handling and processing in HTML files is performed as usual in for loops. So to create a for loop block in an HTML template, we should use curly brackets paired with %, like this. And here, inside this frame, I have to define a for loop as usual. For animal, in animals list, animals I got from here, but we should close the for loop blocks in HTML templates with the and for keyword. And so again, I'm using this structure, and between these curly brackets with %, I'm specifying the and for keyword. I wanted to wrap each animal with h4 HTML tag, so h4, and between h4 tags I am inserting the animal variable inside opening and closing curly brackets. And let's refresh the page. And I got my animals as h4 tags. But now we have a problem here. As you can know, any website has some web elements that appeared repeatedly on any page. Most sites will have some form of branding or logo. Apart from the branding, there are normally other parts like navigation panel or a menu, breadcrumbs, header or a sidebar or a footer, and so on. And it turns out that to show the user common elements of a page, for example a menu, we would have to add these common elements to every page of our project. That's literally, we have to copy and paste needed HTML code to every page. And when we would want to add or remove a link from a menu, for example, we have to make changes on every page that uses this menu. It is wasteful and tedious work, and to solve this issue, Django provides a mechanism that's well known as template inheritance. And the main idea of the template inheritance is to create a basic HTML template that will contain all common elements for every page of a website. A header, a menu, a sidebar or a footer, and anything you want to have on every page. And any specific for every page elements or data will be injected to this basic template. So let's create a basic template. In the templates blog folder here, I am creating a new HTML file. Let's say it will be base HTML. And in this file I want to create a main layout of my website with Bootstrap CSS files. So I'm going to the getbootstrap.com and I need its CDN link. And here with the Emmet plugin I'm creating a basic structure of my document, and somewhere here just pasting this Bootstrap link. The main layout will contain a menu and a main part of all pages. So I am going to the documentation page. I need the components and navbar section. I like this navbar. Copy and paste it somewhere here. I want to rearrange. Edit lines after indent. Then I want to remove the drop down menu option and disabled. Drop down list item is here and disabled one is here. And now after the nav bar I want to create a main container for my content. It will be the container div and its child with the raw class. Okay, it's done. And now I have to remove all common elements, if any, from specific pages of my project. I have only one specific page, it is index.html template, and there is no any common elements. Or maybe it is better to delete all content for a while. Now I have to say Django that I got at last the basic template that should be filled with the content of my index.html page. And to do it I have to use the extends keyword inside curly brackets paired with the %, extends keyword, and after the extends keyword I have to specify the path to the basic template. My basic template is inside templates blog folder, so I'm using here the blog folder and the name of the basic HTML template. That's all. Some content again for a while, and if I refresh the page right now, I got the bootstrap menu, but I have no content of my index.html page. And the next step is to specify in the base HTML template all places where specific content will be inserted or injected from other HTML templates. And we can do it with the block keyword wrapped with the statements block. For instance, there is a title of the page, and here I'm creating a new block, curly brackets paired with %. I'm using the block keyword, and then I have to specify the name of that block. I want to have the title name for my title. Then also I have to close the block with the end block keyword, and I want to specify here the default value of the title block. Let's say it will be block engine or Django block engine. And the second block will be here in my container and raw divs. I want to have the block with the content name, and that's all. And then in every specific template of my project I have to do the same. I have to define the title block and the content block. So in the index.html I'm defining a new title. Let's say it will be index page and the content block. The data in these blocks in specific pages will be placed inside the same blocks in the base HTML, here and here. Let's add some content to the content block of my index.html file. Let's say it will be tag with some text, and let's refresh our page, and I got the content of the index page inside the base HTML template. I have here the bootstrap menu defined in the base HTML, and I have content of the index.html also here. That's a template inheritance. And to use in templates a data from the base template, we have to use the block super keyword. So it looks like this. The title, index page, Google Chrome. Okay, and I want to use this part, Django Blog Engine. So I'm pasting here the value of the title block of base HTML template, block.super, inside paired curly brackets. And if I refresh the page, I got the title block of the base HTML template, Django Blog Engine. And now I want to correct a bit the appearance of the page. So I want to change the color of the navbar. I like this light blue, so I just copy these styles and paste it here. In a nav tag, and just delete bg light style F5, and I got the light blue navbar. Next, I want to center the content and I want to have the margin from the top. So here I'm adding the MT class, MT5. MT stands for margin top with 5 bootstraps units, and my main content will be wrapped with an additional tag. It will be call tag with 6 bootstraps columns, offset from the left edge will be 2 bootstrap columns, and I think that's all. F5. Great. And the next problem is that the base HTML is the base template of our blog app, but not of the project. Is it matters or not depends of your idea, but anyway, how to make the base HTML template to be the base template of the entire project? To do it, I have to create in the root folder of my project here a new directory with the same name. It will be the templates directory. Templates. And I am moving there the base HTML file from blog engine. From blog directory, templates blog, base, move here. On its place in the blog folder, I'm creating a new file. Let's say it will be base blog HTML that will extend the base HTML file. Extends base HTML. And the last change is in the index.html. My index.html now will extend the base blog HTML template. Base blog. The index.html extends base blog HTML, and base blog HTML extends base HTML. If I refresh the page, I got an exception from Django that base HTML template does not exist. Base HTML. So it's time to tell Django that he got the templates folder with all basic templates for entire project. So I'm going to the blog engine folder, opening settings.py file, and I need the templates list. There is a dictionary with the dirs list, and here I have to specify a new dir for him. Auth path join, and then I'm using the base dir defined here, this one, and then I'm specifying the name of my new templates folder. It is templates. If I save the file and refresh the page, I'll got my previous state. Nothing changed here, but this template is the base template for entire Django project. What the auth path join function does? The join function returns the absolute path to the templates directory by joining the template string to the base dir variable. The base dir is a result of this expression, and this expression returns the absolute path of the Django root folder. The file variable equals to the name of the file, settings.py. That's all for now. The next video will be about models. We will create a post for the blog. In this video, we'll talk about storing data in a database, how to get that data from the database, and how to display it to a user. As you can know, data are stored in databases in tables, where each column of the table represents a property of a certain object, and rows of the table are records or instances of that object. For example, I am opening a LibreCalc. It's a spreadsheet, and creating a table representing my blog. Let's say I have two posts here with their attributes or properties. Let's say it will be the ID, title, slug, it is the URL, body, and the date of publication. And I have two posts here with ID 1 and 2. The first post has the title new post, some slug, some body, and some date. Never mind. And the second one, second post. Columns are data of the certain post, and rows represent post as objects. This is data of the first post. This is data of the second post, etc. In relational databases like MySQL or PostgreSQL, operations like creating, reading, updating, and deleting data are performed with structured query language or SQL. Fortunately, Django saves us from the necessity to manually write SQL queries. And to perform data manipulations in a database, Django provides a special mechanism called ORM. That stands for Object Relational Mapping. And the main idea of the Object Relational Mapping is that we can use Python objects classes to describe schema of relational database. ORM is a layer of a more abstract logic over a certain SQL language that helps us to describe data that we want to store in a database with Python classes. These classes are called models. Now I want to create a post class or a model for storing posts data. So to do it, I am opening the models py file from the blog app, and I'm creating a new class post, that inherits its properties from the models model class. And the post class will describe the post table in the database. My next step is to define its properties that represent columns of the post table in the database and corresponding properties of a post. So the first property will be the title of the post. The title will be an instance of the char field class from the models model. Models char field. And I am passing into the char field constructor two arguments. The first one is the max length of the title of the post, that will be equal to, let's say, 150 symbols. And the second argument will be the db index, that will be set to true. db index means enabling indexation for faster search. And the second property will be the slug field. A slug is a human readable URL or clean URL, and the slug field or property will be an instance of the slug field class. It's the char field subclass, but it has some additional filters. So I set the max length property to 150 also, and I want to use the slug field of my post model as the identifier of each post in the database. And so the slug field of my post class should be unique, and I set the unique property to true. Also, my post will have a body that will be an instance of the text field class. I set the value of its blank parameter to true. Blank true means that posts with empty bodies are allowed, and the second parameter will be db index also set to true. And the last property will be date of publication, date pub, that will be equals to models module and date time field class. And I set its after now add to true. The after now add parameter means that the date pub property gets a value when the post will be created, that is saved to the database at the first time. And also I want to define the magic method string str, 2 underscores before and 2 underscores after str. The str method's returning value will be the result of the print function, and it gets an instance of the class as the argument. The returning value will be self-title, and that's all. And now I want to go to the Django shell and to try my post model in practice. But before I start, I have to write these changes to the database. And this can be done via migrations mechanism. Migrations are something like Git, a version control system for databases. What do I mean? In the moment, my database has no post table that is responsible for storing data about my posts. But the models.py file, this one, already has these changes. So at the present moment I have a mismatch between what is and what should be in the database. This also concerning deleting fields, changes, and various database constraints like uniqueness of fields or maybe default values, etc. And now in the terminal opened for the folder where the manage.py file is, I'm writing python manage.py make migrations. The make migrations command creates migrations files that describe what changes should be written to the database and what SQL queries should be performed. You can look at them at the migrations folder here. And now, after I got the migrations files, I have to apply these migrations, and to do it I need to execute the python manage.py migrate command. We can see that all migrations were applied. Now I can go to the Django shell to try some commands. Also python manage.py shell. It's a Django shell, and first of all I have to import the post class from the blog models module. From blog models import the post class. And I want to create an instance of the post class as usual. Let's say it will be the p variable that equals to the post class, and here its title will be new post, its slug will be new dash post, and body will be new body. Identification of instances of any model in a database is performed by its ID. But at the moment the p variable has no the ID attribute, because it is not saved in our database. But if I call its save method, the P will be saved in the database, to be exactly the object of the post class saved in the database. And this object got its ID, ptitle, pslug. The next thing I should mention is Models Manager. The Models Manager is a special object that Django attached to each model to the object's attribute, post class, and here we can see the object's attributes among other attributes of the post class. Okay, post objects. Models managers have many methods, and all operations with data in a database, like creating, reading, updating and deleting data, should be performed via Model Manager. So let's create a new post. Let's say it will be p2 variable that equals to the post class objects Model Manager, and I am calling its create method. I want to have title new post 2. The slug will be new with a capital N, post 2, and body will be body. I want to focus your attention that the slug starts with capital N, and as I hit the enter, the new post will be created and automatically will be saved to the database. We can see its ID. Then, to get all objects of a certain model, we can use the all method of the Model Manager. So let's create the posts variable that equals to post class objects all. And we can see here our two posts. The all method returns the query set object that behaves like a list, but it is not a list. The next must-have method is the get method that will return a certain object by its unique attribute. It can be the ID, or as in my case, it will be the slug field. For example, post equals to post objects get. And I have to pass into the get method a unique attribute as the name of a parameter. In my case, it will be the slug parameter that equals to some value. And as a value, I should pass the slug of a certain post. So I have new post 2, new dash post 2. And now post has the second post as a value. The get method always returns only one object, but not a query set. And by default, the get method is case sensitive. For example, the same line except new post will be in lowercase. And now I got an exception that post does not exist, because he didn't find the post with this slug, because the get method is case sensitive method. And to avoid such problems, to narrow down search queries, Django provides a special feature that's called lookups. Lookup is a name of a model's property or field followed by 2 underscores, and then we specify those features that we want to use in the method. For example, the same command slug 2 underscores, and then I should specify a lookup iExact. For instance, the iExact lookup makes the get method case insensitive. It works. There is one more useful lookup that better fit to the filter method that will search for all objects that contains a certain value. It's the contains lookup. For example, let's say posts that equals to post objects Model Manager filter method I need all posts with slugs that contains the Django word. There is no one. For instance, new. And I got 2 posts. The full list of lookups is in Django documentation. Now I want to reproduce this code in files of my project. In the views py file, I am importing the post model from the models module. From .models. Dot means the current folder. Import post. And I want to rename the index function to the posts list. Posts list. And in the body of the post list function, I am declaring the posts variable that equals to the post model objects, and I'm calling the all method like I did in the shell. And at last, to the render function, I am passing a new template name. It will be posts list HTML. I will rename this template a bit later, and the context dictionary will have the posts key with the posts variable as the value. Now the template, I want to rename the index template to posts list HTML, and here in the posts list HTML I got the posts variable and I want to iterate over it in the for loop. So in the block content I am creating a new for loop for block, where for post in posts variable, let's say it will be some div and some peak, and here I want to have the post title. And as I renamed the view function, I also have to change the urls.py file. So I am opening it, and here I have to use posts list function. Post list, this function. Also I have to import it, post lists list. Okay, let's save the scripts, and okay, we can see titles of all my posts, of my 2 posts, but I want to make an appearance of posts a bit nicer, so I want to use Bootstrap's card for that. So here the Bootstrap's website and getbootstrap.com documentation page, and here components, I need card section, I like this one, copy, and in the post list HTML, in the for loop, I am pasting Bootstrap layout for the card. Edit lines after indent. Then here, card header, this, I want to use the post date pub, card title will be post title, card text will be post body, but here I want to have only first 15 words of a post. So I am inserting here the pipe symbol, and then I have to specify a filter truncate words, colon, and the number of words I want. And I want to have green button maybe, or maybe light button instead of dark blue. Light. Let's save and check it in the browser. F5. And here I got cards. I want to add some space between cards, so I think that the margin bottom class for card MB means margin bottom. Let's say it will be 4 bootstrap units. F5. I got a gap here. Okay. I just want to remind that on each iteration of the for loop, in the posts variable will be an element of the posts list. This one, it will be the query set with all posts. So this layout will be repeated for each post. Then I think it's time to create a link to the blog in the main menu. So I'm opening the base HTML in the root templates folder, and here I need the first element of the list. I delete the span class, and let's say it will be posts link, and then in the href attribute I have to set a URL to the blog, to the posts, and the first idea is to use simply blog, save, refresh, and I got the link to this page. But actually it's not a good idea, because if we'll change the structure of our URL patterns in the URLs py file, we will have to change accordingly all links in our templates, and we will do it manually. Fortunately, to solve this problem, Django provides an ability to set a name to each URL pattern and to use such names in templates. And to do it, I am opening the URLs py file in the blog app. This one. I want to set the name to this pattern. It will be, let's say, posts list URL. And now, in any template of my project, I can use this name to create a link. So here, to create an HTML link with a name of a URL pattern, I have to use the URL function in a template. And I'm opening curly brackets paired with %. I'm calling the URL function. In the Django template language, DTL, we don't use round brackets to call functions, so just URL. And I am passing into the URL function the name of the URL pattern as an argument. Ctrl C, and here Ctrl V, and that's all. Let's test it. F5. Nothing changed, but our code becomes more dry. And now I want to create internal pages that will contain bodies of posts. I want to fill the list of posts with links to these internal pages or details pages. I want to rename the button in posts list HTML. I changed text to read, or read more, as you wish. So, to reach a page with a certain blog post, we have first of all to identify the post in the database and get it as the Python object. And as I said earlier, I will use the slug field to identify a post in the database. That is why I set a unique property of the post model to true to identify a post in the database by its slug. Okay, I am opening URL's py file and I am creating a new URL pattern. It will be a new the path function call, and the first argument of the path function is a URL template. Let's say it will be post slash, then paired angle brackets opening and closing. Angle brackets means that all symbols that come after the slash is a named group of symbols. And between these angle brackets I have to specify a name for that group of symbols. It will be the slug name. By default this name group has the string type, so I just explicitly set it to string, str and colon, and don't forget trailing slash. Then the second argument will be the function that will handle the requests to this address. So it will be post detail function, post detail, and then I want to have the name for that URL, post detail URL. And in the views py file I have to create a new function. I said that it will be post detail function. Okay, request object as the first argument, and the second one is the slug argument. The post detail function awaits the slug argument from the path function from its named group of symbols. From here it will be slug. And this is important detail. If I will use in the URL pattern another name for this group of symbols, in the view function I should use this name. So the body of the post detail function will be the same like we did in the terminal when we got the post from the database. So I am creating the new variable post that equals to the post class, its object's property, and I'm calling the get method where I'm specifying the slug property, 2 underscores, and I exact lookup that equals to the slug, this slug, and the returning value will be the render function with the request as the first argument. Then it will be post detail HTML template and the context dictionary with post as the key and post variable as the value of that key. Then I have to create a new HTML template in the blog directory. It will be post detail HTML that will extends blog base blog HTML, and I want to have here the title block. I want to use here post title property and then block super. The second block will be content block, and here let's say will be the h1 header with the mt5 class, and I want to use here also post title, and let's say the body will be between p tag, post body. That's it with the detail page. And now I want to use links to my posts in the index page. So in the posts list HTML here In the href attribute of the read button, I have to insert a link to the post. It will be an expression, curly brackets paired with %sign. Then I'm calling the URL function, and as the first argument I'm passing into it the name of the URL pattern, that is post detail URL of this one. And as I identify post by its slug, so I have to assign to the slug parameter of the URL function the post slug. Once again, on each iteration of the for loop, in the post variable we have an instance of the post class that has the slug field. And I am using this slug field here in the URL function. The URL function accepts the URL pattern name, and by this name Django determines the function that will handle the user's request to the URL. This function is the post detail function that takes slug as an argument, this argument. So here in the HTML template I have passed to the URL function a slug for the post detail function. Let's save it and refresh the page. Could not parse reminder. Okay, it is the line number 19, posts list. It's a mistake, I'm sorry for that. I am inside this expression frame, so there is no need to use paired curly brackets to get post slug. Save and refresh again. And it works. There is my posts. This expression is a bit cumbersome, and especially when our application will become larger, because we should remember which arguments we have to pass into the view functions. And Django provides an interesting way to easy our lives. So I am opening the models py file, and I am defining a new method with the name get absolute URL. Then from the Django shortcuts module I am importing the reverse function, and the returning value of the get absolute URL function method will be the result of the reverse function. And as the first argument I am passing into the reverse function the name of the URL pattern, that is the post detail URL, this one. And as the second argument I am passing into it the key wargs dictionary, where I am specifying the slug key with self slug as the value. And that's it. The reverse function will generate a URL to a certain object of the post class. This generating process called URL reversing. And the URL reversing in HTML templates is performed by the URL function. And to be exactly, the URL function in templates is an alias to the reverse function. And now, in the posts list HTML file, this expression I can remove. You just use post get absolute URL to get the link to the post. F5, and nothing changed. It works well, but our code becomes more dry and clear. And the next video will be about new model tag and many-to-many relationships. Thanks for watching. If you like it, please thumb up and subscribe to the channel. Now I want to add tags to posts. Tags, as you know, are words or maybe phrases which describe the content of your site. The main idea of using tags is to give some order or classification to a website's materials. For example, Imgur uses tags for photos, YouTube uses tags for videos, etc. Many other sites use tags. From the user's point of view, a tag looks like this. A user sees a tag that's a link, then click on it, and he is redirected to a page that contains a list of all posts, photos, videos marked with this tag. In our case of Blog Engine, the same tag we can add to different posts, and vice versa. One post can have many tags. Such association or relation is a many-to-many relationship. Technically, many-to-many relationship is implemented via additional table in the database. This additional table consists of 3 columns. The first column is records ID, 1, 2, 3. I have 3 records here. And other 2 columns are IDs of the objects we want to associate with each other. For example, the department with ID 1 has 2 employees with ID 45 and ID 12. And the department number 2 has only 1 employee with ID 5. That's it. And Django completely relieves us of creating such tables. And in general, the implementation of many-to-many relationships in Django is very easy and can be done with a single line of code. Unlike Flask, where such additional tables we need to create manually. But the first thing I have to do, I need to create a new model, the tag model. And I'm opening the models.py file, and here I'm creating a new class, tag. The tag class will have almost the same fields or properties as the post class. So it will have the title. Let's say the max length will be equal to 150. And to create a many-to-many association between the post model and the tag model, I need in any of them to define a new property that will be an instance of the many-to-many field class. I think that it's better to define the new property in the post class, because the post model is the main class here and the tag class is an auxiliary class. So I think that it will be tags property that equals to many-to-many field class, and I am passing to the class constructor the name of the model with which I want to set an association. And that's the tag class. Tag, the first argument. Then I am setting the blank parameter to true. The blank true means that it will be not required field for posts. This is the second argument, and the last one, the third argument, is the related name parameter that equals to posts. Related name means that the tag class gets a corresponding property with the name posts. If you will omit the related name parameter, Django will automatically assign to the tag class the post set property. I want to have just post property for my tag model, so I'm setting the related name parameter explicitly. And now I have to save the script and make migrations and apply them. So manage py, make migrations and migrate. Now I want to create some tags and associate my posts with these tags. So I'm going to the Django shell. And first of all, I have to import from the blog models the post class and the tag class. Blog app, models, module. And let's create a Django tag via model manager. So the Django tag variable equals to tag class objects create. Its title will be Django. Its slug will be Django 2. Then I need to get some posts, but I don't remember the slugs, so it will be for I in post objects all. So let's post number 1 will be post objects get slug equals to new post. Okay, I got the first post. We can ensure that our post has the tags property. Here it is. Okay, now I want to add Django tag to this post. So p1 post tags property add. And then I'm specifying my tag, Django tag, p1 tags. Tags is a manager like in objects, and to get all tags I have to call the all method. Now we can see that p1 post has only one tag. Let's look at Django tag that have posts property, and I'm calling its all method too. And we can see that Django tag has only one associated post, new post. That's it. That's how it works. And my next task is to reflect all these actions in scripts of my project. So in the urls.py file here, I have to define a new URL pattern for a list of tags. So path, I think that it will be just tags. Then the handler function will be, I think, tags list. And the name will be tags list URL. I have to import this function, tags list. Then I have to define tags list in the views.py file, and here I'm creating a new function, def tags list, that got the request object, and in the body of the tag list function I have to get all tags and then to pass these tags to a template. So the tags variable equals to the tag class that I have to import here, objects all. Returning value will be render function. I think that template will be tags list HTML, and the context dictionary will have tags key with the tags variable as the value. And now let's create HTML template. I'm creating a new file, the tags list HTML, that will extend the base template, extends the title block. block super, and the content block, I think that I want to use h1 for a title with the MB margin bottom 5 with tags, and then for tag in tags list query set to be exactly, I want to have some div, and here it will be h3 header with a tag title property as text, and now we can test it. Blog tags, and I can see my tag, Django tag. Okay. Also, I want to create a link to this page in the menu here. So let's open the base HTML, and here I want to have posts. Maybe the first link will be just posts here and tags here. Tags, and I need to call the URL function for the href attribute, and here the name of this URL pattern. It was text list URL. Just copy it here, paste it here. F5, we can see this page, posts, tags. Okay, and now I need to create a page for a tag. I think that certain tag page will contain all posts associated with this tag. That will be a tag detail page. So I'm starting again with the URL pattern, path, maybe tag, then str, and I need the slug, like I did with the post detail page, then slash, and the handler function will be tag detail, the name for the URL pattern, tag detail URL. In the views.py file, I have to define a new handler, tag detail, that accepts the request object and the slug. I have to get the tag the same way I did in the post detail function. So the tag variable equals to tag objects get, I need its slug, I exact, that equals to the slug, this one. Returning value, the render function that gets the request object as the first argument, then HTML template, let's say it will be tag detail HTML, and the context dictionary will have a tag as tag. And the next step is to create HTML file, tag detail HTML, that extends basic template, extends blog, then the title, tag title, maybe in quotes, posts, and then block super. Then content. I think that h1 header will be margin top 5, and here posts with tag title tag, And the next step is to list all posts associated with this tag. We can do it via posts attribute for this particular tag. So I'm creating for block, and here for post in tag posts all without round brackets, and here will be some layout for posts. The main details here are following. The first is the tag object itself that we got from the context dictionary from the tag detail function. Its posts attribute, that's a related manager, and its all method. This expression returns query set of posts. And now I want to use a card for a post. Ctrl C, and here and just Ctrl V. And that's all. Let's test it. Okay. Name tag detail is not defined. URLs py line 9. Tag detail. I forgot to import this function. Tag detail F5. Tag Django. Posts with Django tag. I got a card with my post and I want to have a space here. So in tag detail HTML I want to use margin bottom maybe, and margin bottom 2 MB5. Okay, I copied and pasted the code, and it is a bad idea, because in the case of necessity of changing the layout of the card, I'll have to make changes in two places. And the good solution is to create a separate HTML file with a common layout for cards, and then just use this HTML file in needed places. Such HTML files are called includes. So I'm creating a new folder inside templates blog, and I name it includes, and here I'm creating a new file. Let's say it will be post card template HTML. And here I just copy and paste this card as is in the postcard template. Save, and that's all. And here I just call the include function that take as an argument the relative path to an HTML file that should be inserted here, that is postcard template. Blog includes postcard template. Save and F5. Nothing changed. And now I can delete this card from the post list HTML file and just use the include function here. Let's check it again. Nothing changed. And finally, I want to have in a postcard a list of associated tags. And to do it, I want to add to the card template a footer like Bootstrap suggests, like this one. So copy this and I add it here. with the text tags. And here I want to iterate over all tags of a post. So for tag in post tags all, it will be a link tag title as the text of the link, and the href attribute will be a link to this tag. So it's time to create and get absolute URL for the text model. Models here, the same way. A URL pattern, tag detail URL, tag detail URL, and the KW args dictionary. It equals to the slug, self slug. Great. And here in the post card, in the href attribute, I just call its get absolute URL method. And that's all. Let's test it. I got tags and Django. Great, it works. And we can also wrap these tags into batch tags. Maybe info span F5, something like this. The next video will be about class-based views and about using mixins. If you like this video, please thumb up and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching. This video will be about using class-based views and mixins. By default, my view functions that handle a user's request handle only get requests, that's requests for reading some information. Requests for writing data, that is post requests, and also put, patch and delete requests, my functions can't handle. One of the solutions to handle other HTTP requests is the same like we can do in Flask framework. That's I can use the request object and its method property. And we can do something like this. If request method equals to post, then do something. But this solution is not suitable because the handling of different HTTP methods is not the sole problem I have here. Let's look at the post detail and tag detail views again. Post detail and view detail. They are almost identical. We have here only 4 differences. The first one is a name of a variable, post or tag, but if I rename this variable to obj object, I'll got only 3 differences. The next one is the post or tag class. We have different models here. Third one, it's a template, and the last one, it's a key in the context dictionary, post or tag. But as you can notice, post or tag key in the context dictionary is just a lowercase class name. So we can say that there is only 2 main differences, and one can say that here I have some code redundancy. It's true, and actually my both problems I can solve with the classes. For such tasks, Django provides a special class, the view class, that we can use for handling different HTTP requests. So let's import it from Django views generic import view class. And now I want to wrap my function with classes. I mean postDetail function and tagDetail function. So let's say it will be postDetail that will inherit its properties from view class. And then I'm renaming the postDetail function to the get function. I am using the get function, the get method, to handle get requests. For handling post requests, I would use the post method. So the get function becomes the method of the postDetail class. And the first argument of all methods of all classes is the self, a reference to a certain instance of that class. And now in the urls py file, I have to import all, and I want to use, instead of postDetail function, postDetail class, and I have to call its asView method. And the same thing I want to replicate for tagDetail function, and it will be tagDetail view. And here in the urls py model, tagDetail as view. Let's save and test it. F5. I have a typo here. Yes, I'm sorry. F5. And we can see that nothing changed. Okay, the first problem is solved. The second problem was the code redundancy, and it can be solved with creating a special general class with common for these two classes behavior that we use as the second ancestor for our view classes. Such classes are called Mixins. So, and to use Mixins, I want to create a new Python model. Let's say it will be utils.py, and here I want to import render function, and I need my models. From models, import all. And now let's look at our view classes, postDetail and tagDetail classes, and decide what we can move to a separate class. There are 3 or 4 differences. The first one is the name of variable object, then the model name, HTML template, and the content of the context dictionary. Only these 3 or 4 elements always change. And what we usually do with changing data, we are replacing them with variables. So in the utils py model, I am defining a new class, detail object mixin, and I want to copy this class just for reference. So, detail object mixin. The first class variable will be the model variable that equals to none, and the second one will be the template variable that equals also to none. They are none because I want to override them in my views classes. and my views classes will inherit properties from this mixin. And I want to use this method here. And now I have to replace all changeable data with my variables. So post becomes self model, or I can use from Django shortcuts import get object or 404 function. So, and then obj variable equals to, I'm calling the get object or 404 function. The first argument, it will be self model, and then get object or 404 will return an object of a certain model, post or tag if any. Otherwise, it will raise HTTP 404 exception. It's an obj variable. So here will be self template, and the last one is the key of the context dictionary. So let's open a terminal. Let's import a post class. Import post. I'm sorry. Models. And let's say I have the model variable that equals to the post. All classes has the name variable model 2 underscore name and 2 underscore, and I got the name of the class. So if I lower it, I'll got the key for my context dictionary. So the key for my context dictionary will be this expression, and that's all. Now I have to import this mixin to the views.py model. And I have to inherit my models from this class. Detail object mixin and then view. Then here in the post detail I have to override the model variable that equals to post. Template variable will be blog detail HTML, and that's all. I can delete the get method because I have the get method in the detail object mixin, and the same for the tag detail view. The model variable equals to tag, and the template variable equals to this one. I can delete this. Let's test it. F5. I forgot to set the dot here. Dot means the current folder, so I need utils from this current folder. And we can see the name model is not defined. I forget to specify self. I just copy and paste this expression from the terminal, and in terminal I didn't use class, I just use this expression, and here in the class I have to use the self. Again, F5, and it works. Okay, nothing changed here. So the next video will be about Django forms and creating posts via HTML forms. In this video, we will start to discover forms in Django and will continue to implement the CRUD functionality. CRUD is acronym for Create, Read, Update and Delete. Functionality for reading data of our blog is already implemented, so creating, updating and deleting are left. I want to create posts and tags via HTML forms. I want to input needed data in a form, click a button on a web page, and the instances of a model should be created and saved to the database. When we deal with HTML forms, we have a lot of work. First of all, we need an HTML form itself. Then we need to check a user's data, and if the data are wrong, we have to show the user an error message about it. Then we need to clean data and prepare them for creating an instance of a model. And at last we have to create an instance of the model and save it. To do this work, Django has powerful tools. I want to start with creating tags. First of all, I need to create a new Python module, forms.py. And here I have to import ModelForms. And now I'm creating here a new class. Let's say it will be the tag form class that will be inherit its properties from the form class from the forms module. So the class tag form forms form. Its body should mirror repeat the content of the tag class. So the tag form class will have two properties, title and slug. The title, it's an instance of the char field. Its max length property will be equal to 150. The slug field will be the same. The form class will generate the HTML code for each property, for title and slug. Also, the form class validates and cleans a user's data. The body of the tag form class should repeat the content of the tag class, because the HTML form is like a portal to the database. That's why I have to repeat all properties of the tag class in the tag form class that should not be filled automatically. And now, on the example of the tag form class, we will see how the form class validates and cleans a user's data. There is an important detail. When we create an instance of a model, tag or post model via forms, we should avoid to pass a user's data directly into the constructors of these models or these classes, because the user's data can be malicious for our project. The class constructors should get data from the special dictionary, the cleaned data dictionary. That's an attribute of the form class. Let's look at it in the terminal. So again, I am opening the shell, and here I have to import the tag form class. From blog forms, import tag form. And I'm creating an instance of the tag form class. tf tag form equals to tag form. But I don't pass anything to its constructor. So let's look at tf variable. We can see its fields, title and slug, and we can see that its bound property equals to false, set to false. Bound means bound data, and bound data is the data that a user inputted into the form. In this case, I didn't pass anything to its constructor, and that is why the bound property is false. Now let's look at tag form attributes. First of all, I need here is bound property and is valid method. And also we can notice that there is no the clean data dictionary. The isValid method always returns false if the form was not filled with data. In this case, there is no bound data and this bound equals to false also. tf is bound, also false. And now I want to create a new dictionary with keys named like the properties of the form. That's the title key, and the title key will have an empty string as the value, and the slug key with empty string as the value also. And I want to create again an instance of the tag form class, but at this time I am passing into the tag form constructor my D dictionary, and in this case the isBound property is set to true because the form was filled with empty strings, but its isValid method returns false again. False. And in this moment we can look at the errors dictionary to know what's wrong. tf errors. And here we got messages here and here that both fields, the title and the slug fields, are required. Then, if the isBound property equals to true and we call the isValid method, we should get the clean data dictionary. When I called isValid method, the cleaned data dictionary was created, but now it's empty. The cleaned data dictionary will be empty until the isValid method will return true. So the next step. Now I'm creating a new dictionary with valid data this time. D equals to title will be Flask and slug will be also Flask. And again, I'm creating a new instance of the tag form, and this time I'm passing into its constructor my D dictionary with valid data. Let's look at his isBound property. We got true. Now let's call its isValid method. We got true again. We can look at errors dictionary. Now it is empty. And let's look at clean data dictionary. And we can see that the clean data dictionary got my data. And the data of the cleaned data dictionary we should use to create instances of our models. In general, the validation and the cleaning process of the data consists of the following steps. Django calls the isValid method that consistently calls clean methods of each field of the form and the clean method of the form. The clean method of the form checks and cleans the data user inputted. If all users' data are OK, the cleaned and validated data are stored in the clean data dictionary. If something wrong with the user's data, Django will raise the validation error exception. The next step, to create an instance of models, we have to redefine the save method. So, first of all, I have to import the tag class from the models py module. And now I want to define the save method. New tag equals to tag objects create. And now I have to pass into the create method required title and slug of a tag. So the title will be, I have to use the clean data dictionary, and I'm calling its get method, and here I want to get the value of its title key. And the slug will be the same. And the save method will return the new tag variable. Let's test it in the Django shell. Let's look at all tags. I have only one tag Django. Okay, let's create a new dictionary with some valid data. The title will be Flask, and the slug key will be Flask also. And now I want to create an instance of the tag form, and I am passing my dictionary into its constructor. Now I want to see the value of its bound property. It's true, and the result of the isValid method. It's also true. Okay, and now let's save. And my save method returned a new tag, the Flask. So let's look at tags. We can see that tags variable now refers to the list, to the query set with two objects, and we have our Flask here. That's how it works. And now let's create a URL pattern for the future view that will render to a user this form. So I'm opening the URLs.py file, and I have two issues here. The first one, a tag should not be created, because if the URL will be something like blog tag create, Django will try to find the tag with the create slug. It's the slug, isn't it? And that's the slug that does not exist. And I have to avoid this situation. And this URL, blog tag create, should display to me a page with the form to create a tag. And due to this issue, the URL pattern for tag creating page should be placed above the URL pattern for the tag detail view. Right here. So I'm calling the path function. Here will be tag create. Then I want to use, let's say, tag create view. The name of this URL pattern will be tag create URL. And the second issue, I have to save slug of a tag in a lowercase. Because of that. So let's create a list with one. So I've got a list, and what will I get if I sort the list? We can think that we'll get a list sorted in the alphabetical order. Is it right? But we should remember that sorting will be in alphabetical order and case sensitive. 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. And that is why our slugs should be lowercased. And to solve these problems, both problems, I have to define a custom clean method for the slug field of the tag form class. This custom clean method will lowercase the slug and check whether the slug is create or not. If a user will try to create a tag with the create slug, I should raise the validation error exception. Every field of a form class has its own clean method. The names of clean methods start with the clean word and underscore, and then the name of a field. I want to have the clean method for the slug field, so I have to use the name slug. So the new slug variable will be, I have to get the slug value from the cleaned data dictionary. So self cleaned data get slug, and now I have to lowercase it. And then I need to import the validation error class. And I want to check if the new slug variable equals to create, then I am raising the validation error with some message, something like slug may not be create, otherwise just return new slug. And that's it. We have the clean method for the slug field. We have a URL pattern. Now I have to create a view. I'm opening the views.py file and I'm creating a new class, tag create, tag create. And now I have two tasks here. The first one, I have to display the form to a user. That's I have to respond for his GET request, and then I have to accept from the user some data. That's I have to respond for his POST request. So I need here the GET method like I did before and the POST method. Let's start with the GET method. Self request. I'm creating a new form. Let's import it. From forms import tag form. It's an empty form, so I just render it in a template. HTML template will be tag create HTML and the context dictionary form. Now let's create the tag create HTML. It will extend base block HTML, the title block create tag, and the content block. Here I want to use a form. There is a basic form that Emmet plugin suggests, and there are two needed attributes. The method attribute, it's the post method. That means that when a user clicks the submit button, he will make the post request. And the second needed attribute is the action attribute. Action is a link to a function that will handle a user's request, that will handle the user's data. And in our case, it will be a call of the URL function. And here I am passing the URL pattern name, tag create URL. Tag create URL. The next step, I have to place here the cross-site request forgery protection. CS cross-site request forgery token block. It is the required field, the required block, otherwise we'll get an exception. And then I want to use button that type submit. and its text will be submit. Let's test it. Blog tag create, and we can see my form with this button. Let's create h1 tag. Okay, it works, but I need two fields for the title and the slug, and I can add them by using the form variable I passed to this tag create HTML template. Form, it has the title attribute and the slug attribute. F5, and we can see two input fields. It works, we can see the form. It means that the Django handled my GET request. But if I try to post something, nothing happens because I have no handler for the post request. I can handle only GET requests. And my form is a default form, but not Bootstrap form. So I want to have a form with the Bootstrap styles. I need the Bootstrap documentation and the forms section. I think I will use this one. And for each field of my form, I have to use these CSS classes. Just for reference, I'm copying it here. We can iterate over forms fields via standard for loop. So I want to use the for block for field in form, then I need a div with a form group class. And here I want the label for my field. And that's all. Let's test it. Okay. Nothing changed except the labels of the fields. And also I want to have Bootstrap's alerts if a user will input wrong data. So the alerts section, I want to have the danger alert, these classes. And here in the form, I want to check if the field has errors or not. If the field has any error, I need to use the div block with field errors as the text, and that's it. Okay, and now I have to fix an issue with Bootstrap styles. Django automatically generates an HTML code for fields of forms they called widgets, and thus I need somehow to add to the fields of a form needed CSS classes. So I have to do it not in the HTML file but in the tag form class. Any forms widget has the attrs dictionary, with all attributes of the widget. So I just need to update this dictionary with my data. So it will be the title field, widget attribute, attrs dictionary, and I'm calling the update method where I'm passing a new dictionary with the class key, and the class will be for input field form control. And the same for the slug. And also I want to add some classes to the button. btn, btn primary. Let's check it. I got bootstrap styles for my form. And now I need to add the post method to my tag create class. Views py, tag create. I'm defining a new method post, self request. And here the logic is the same like in my experiments in the Django shell. The first step is to create an instance of the tag form class with bounded data. And then I need to validate input data. That's I have to call the isValid method of the form. And if it's valid, then I'll have to create the tag class object. Otherwise I have to raise an exception. So I'm creating a new variable bound form. Bound form means that a user has inputted something in the form, and it will be the tag form instance. But what I have to pass into the tag form class constructor? In the shell I passed there the dictionary with the tag data. But what I have to do now? And now is the moment when the request object will help. Because the request object contains all data user has inputted into the form and submitted to our server, to our app. So let's look at the request object. An empty string, request. Okay, I have to call the post method, so submit, great. And here we can see the attributes of the request data. There is the post object. Let's look at it. Print request post. F5 resubmission, okay. And we can see that the post dictionary of the request object contains all needed data for the tag form constructor. I am deleting this, and into the tag form I am passing the request post dictionary. I got the bounded form. And now I have to check whether the data are valid. And if they are valid, I want to create a new tag object by calling its save method. If bound form, I'm calling isValid method. It's true or false. So if true, new tag will be bound form save. I'll got the new tag object because of this. And after I got the new tag object, I want to redirect a user to a page with this object, with this new tag. So returning value will be the redirect. Redirect is a function. So and I am passing into the redirect function my new tag object. The redirect function under the hood uses the getAbsoluteURL, so it just redirects to this page by its getAbsoluteURL function method. Okay, and what I have to do if the bound form will be not valid? I just repeat this action, this behavior. If the bound form will be not valid, I just render a user this tag create HTML with a bounded form, filled with data. Let's test it again. Tag create. So okay, let's say create. Name form is not defined, line 44. Bounded form. I have to use bounded form. F5. And we can see bootstrap alert slug may not be create. Okay. And then let's create again the Django tag. And I got an exception, integrity error. Unique constraint failed, block tag slug. Okay. And I got this exception because in the tag model there is the constraint that tags should have unique slugs. And to handle this exception, I have to correct the clean method of my tag form. I just check if the tag objects filter slug equals to new slug, and I'm calling the count method that returns a quantity of tags. So if it's true and there is a tag with this slug, I have to raise an exception, validation error. Slug should be unique. Something like this. And that's all. Let's test it again. Slug should be unique. We have Django already. But we have another issue here. This code is not so dry as I want. If I want to add some fields in the tag model, I'll have to add these same fields in the tag form class. It's not convenient because it's additional movement. Django helps to avoid this redundancy with using of the ModelForm class. So I want to edit the tag form class to make it more universal. And this time I want to use ModelForm. The idea of ModelForm is to bind the model with a form class for this model. So this binding is performed via subclass meter, where I have to define the model, the tag, and I need to specify all fields that I want to use in the form. It will be title and the slug. Then I want to use these classes for these fields. So in the meta class again, I have to define a dictionary with the title key that equals to the forms text input widget that has the author's dictionary with the same content. Class form control and the slug text input widget and its author's dictionary. And we can delete this. Almost the same. And at last I have to delete the save method because the ModelForm class has its own more universal save method that will be used when we will update the tag. These save methods can only create but not update tags. So I just commented. Let's test it again. Okay. Widgets as here should be. Okay. Nothing changed. Okay. Great. Okay. Nothing changed. Everything works, and that's all for now. If you like the video, please thumb up and subscribe to the channel. In this video, we will implement a feature of creating posts via HTML form almost in the same way like we did in the last video. And I want to start with creating a form. So in the forms PY, let's import the post class from the models model. And I need a new class, post form, that will inherit its properties from the ModelForm class. And then inside the post form class, I'm creating the meta subclass. And I have to bind this post form class with the post class. So I want to have the title, the slug, I need a body for my post, and tags. The date of publication will be filled automatically, and I don't need it in my form. Then I want to have the same styles like the tag form has, so widgets dictionary, authors dictionary class, form control. The next one, the slug. Just copy and paste it here. Then the body, it will be the text area, lowercase area, authors dictionary will be the same, just a different class, and the tags, forms, select multiple, and the same authors dictionary. And then I want to have the clean slug method. It will be almost the same like in the tag form. So I just copy it here on the same level as the class meter, and there is no uniqueness validation because I want to have after generated unique slugs. And that's all with the form. The next steps are a URL pattern, a view, and an HTML template with this form. So in the URLs py module, I want to create a new URL pattern. Post create. Let's move it up here above the post detail view, then post create, and the name will be post create URL. Okay, the next step is to create a view, post create class. In the views.py module, I'm creating a new class. I need to import my post form. And here the get method will be the same. Empty form that I want to display to a user. Then I need to create a new HTML template, post create HTML. The title blog, create post, and the content block will be almost the same like in the tag create HTML. So I just copy this form and paste it here. Create post, and I need a link to the post create URL. Okay, this form can be included, and I think that we can test it right now. Post create. And we can see our form. Okay, the get method works. And now let's add some space below button, below form. So in the form I add the new CSS class margin bottom 5. Okay, the post method for my post create view. The post method will be the same like in the tag create view. So just copy and paste it here. And I need to use here the post form. New post. Post create URL, and that's all. Let's check it again. F5, Okay, I got a new post. The last one. And the next step is the slug generation. And I can generate slug on the forms level, in the clean method, for example, or on the models level. It's up to you anyway, but I'll do it on the models level. So I'm opening the models py model, and Django has a special function slugify, and let's play with it in the Django shell. Let's say that we have some title. And now I'm calling the slugify function and passing into it the title. And I've got ready for usage a slug for a post. If the title is not ASCII symbols, it is better to pass into slugify function the allow Unicode parameter. Allow underscore Unicode true. And it is the first part of the generating unique slugs. I will pass to the slugify function a title of my post. And the second part is a uniqueness itself. And to make a string unique, I will append to the end of the string a poch time or Unix time. It is the amount of seconds that passed from the 1st January of the 1970 year. So from time, import time. And to the returning value of the slugify function, I'll append this time. Something like this. And this slug is unique. So in the models py module, I'm defining a new function. Let's say it will be genslug that accepts some string. Also, I want to import the time function. The slug variable will be equals to slugify function that accepts s as the first argument and allow Unicode true. And I want to return this slug plus f string with and that's all. And now I want to generate the unique slug before an instance of the post model will be saved to the database, but only in the case of creating a new post. If I'll want to edit the post, there is no need to generate a unique slug again. And to do it, I have to define the save method for the post model. The save method accepts positional arguments and keyworded arguments. And as you know, an instance of a model gets its ID property when it will be saved to a database. And this trick I want to use here. So if not self ID, if there is no ID, it is a new post, and then I need to generate a new slug for it. So self slug equals to genslug function this one, and I'm passing into it the self title. And after that I just call the save method of the parent class, super save, and pass into it all positional and keyworded arguments. Args, QW args. And that's all. And the last thing, I want to make the slug field of the post model not required anymore. So I want to add to the definition of the slug the blank property set to true. Let's restart the server and create a post without slug. F5 post create. I've got this slug. It's working. And now I want to create a mixin for creating views, because my post create view and the tag create view are almost identical. So I'm opening the utils py module and I want to import the redirect function. Then I just copy the entire class, take create here, and I want to rename all changeable data. So here will be the model none, template none. Then here will be self model, self template. In the post method it will be self model, new object maybe, but it doesn't matter. Self template, and that's all. Now I need to import this class to the views py model. And I need to inherit my tag create and post create from this mixin 2. Then the model will be tag form, template will be tag create, these two methods I can delete, and the same for the post create view. Post from here, let's test it. Name view is not defined. That's right, utils py module. I copied tag create view, but it is a mixin. So once more. Okay. the get method is working. We can see our form. Post form object is not callable. Utils py line 27. Here views py model, and I assign to the model variable an instance of the post form, not the class, but its instance. So, my mistake, I'm sorry for that. I have to assign to the model variable the class itself. Once more, continue. Some new post, great. And tag create. It works. Great. We have done with creating posts and tags via forms. Thanks for watching. If you like the video, please thumb up and subscribe to the channel. In this video, we will talk about updating posts and tags via forms. The logic of my views will consist of 4 steps now. Firstly, if a user wants to edit some post or a tag, I have to identify this post and fetch it from the database. Then I have to place all available data of the post to the appropriate forms fields for editing. And then I have to get from the user new data. Then I have to validate it and clean them. If everything is OK, I have to save the edited post to the database. So let's start with the tag. And I'm creating a new tag update class in the views py model. And the content of the tag update class will be almost the same like we wrote before in the tag detail view. So the get method, the slug for identification of a tag in the database. Then I have to get the tag object. Or we can use get object or 404 function. I've got the tag object, and now I have to fill my form with data of that tag. And to get the bounded form, I have to pass the tag variable, this one. That's an instance of the tag class into the tag form class constructor via the instance parameter. My bound form, it's a form filled with the data, equals to the tag form class, and instance parameter will be equal to tag, this object. And then the returning value will be as usual. Tag update context will be form bound form. And also I want to use the tag instance in the template to get its title and slug. So I am passing with the context dictionary also my tag object. Then I need to create a tag update HTML. Templates blog that extends base blog HTML. And the form. I just copy the form from tag create HTML. Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So the action attribute will be tag update URL, and I have to pass into the URL function additional argument slug that equals to tag slug. Method post update. And the last element of the system is a URL pattern. So URLs py module update trailing slash tag update view, and the name will be tag update URL. And now we can test it. So maybe I forgot to add links to the post with these tags. So maybe tags list will be A. I just wrap tag title into the A attribute. And here I'm pasting tag and get absolute URL. Save and refresh. So I have posts with Django tag, and I want to edit this tag update. And I've got the form filled with data that I can modify. So let's add h1 header, and now I want to replace this phrase to the get update URL maybe. So let's add to the models py to the post to the tag class a new method get update URL. The logic is the same. Okay, and here in the tag update HTML, in the action attribute, I just use this method. Let's test it again. Nothing changed. Okay, the next step. And now I want to define the post method in the tag update view, in the tag update class. Here I need to perform the same steps like I did in the get method. So I have to get object of the tag class. So the tag variable will be tag objects. Well, let's say it will be get object or 404. Let's import it. So I'm passing as the first argument the name of the class and then the lookup. Okay, the tag variable now contains all data that exist in database, but also I need to get the data, the new data that a user has changed. So the tag form class constructor should get the request post object with new data and an instance of the tag class with the data that already exists. So I have to use again bound form variable that equals to tag form class, then the first argument request post dictionary, and an instance. My tag that I got from the database. The request post contains data that user has changed. The instance argument is important here because the save method of the tag form class, that's the subclass of the model form, will create a new tag class object if there is no instance argument provided. And if the instance argument is provided, like I did here, then the save method of the model form will update that instance with the new data from the first argument. And the next code is the same like we have already. So if bound form is valid, new tag will be bound form save, and I am redirect a user to this new object, updated object. Otherwise, I just copy this code. Otherwise, I'll display him the bounded form. Okay, let's test it. F5. Okay. Invalid syntax. I'm sorry. Instead of render, I duplicate the return keyword. Render, of course. F5. Let's say it will be the Django 3 tag. Update. Must be a model manager or query set not string. Okay. Continue. And we can see the Django 3 tag was updated in the database. Django 3. Great. The next step is to create a mixin for this. Ctrl C. I am opening the utils py model and I am creating a new class. It will be update object mixin. And here I have 3 class variables. It will be model, none, it will be the template, none, and it will be the form class, tag form or maybe post form. Let's say it will be get object or 404 method, self model, and its slug. Bound form will be self form class, instance will be object, template will be self template, here will be self model, name variable and lower, method and obj as the value of that key, and the post method. Self form class, new object, self template, Okay, let's import this mixin to the views py module. And I want to inherit my tag update from update object mixin. Model will be tag, template will be block tag update, form class will be tag form. Delete this and let's test it. F5, Django 3 update, and I'm again remove 3. Okay, it works. Great. And now I want to repeat all these steps for the post update view. So the post update will be almost the same. Post, it will be post update HTML and post form. Let's say URL pattern, post, trailing slash, let's add the method getPostUpdate URL to the models py to the post class. Get update URL. And let's create post update HTML template. I just copy all this content to the post update HTML and just edit a bit. Post title, post get update URL. And it seems to me that's all. Let's test it. F5, post, let's say it will be new post, read, update, okay, URLs py module. I just duplicated these patterns, so let's add the update word and again F5. Okay, new body. A page not found. Request method post, request URL, post update, raised by block views post update. Let's look at this. Use py post update, model, template, form class, post form. Let's look at my mixin. It works for tag, but it doesn't work for post. So utils py and the post method. Obj variable looks the tag class, so it will be, I think it will be ok. Okay, new post, new body, updated post. Okay, it works. Don't worry about mistakes and exception. It is normal and natural, and we should hone our skills in finding and fixing such mistakes and problems. So the next video will be about deleting posts and tags via HTML forms. In this video, we'll implement deleting posts and tags via forms. Deleting is a very simple thing. All we need to do is just to identify an object and get it from the database. And I want to start with the view. So in the view's py model, I am creating a new class, tag delete. And the get method will display a form to a user. So first of all, I have to find the tag object in the database. So and just render a form to a user. So there is nothing new here, and the post method, it will be almost the same. I need to get a tag and just delete it, delete method. And then I want to redirect a user to a list with tags. And what I have to pass into the redirect function. In the last videos I passed to the redirect function objects of the post and the tag classes, and I did that because these objects have the getAbsoluteURL method that returns a URL to a certain post or the tag. And Django documentation says that the redirect function could take also absolute or relative URL or a view name. In the case of using a view name, the redirect function will call the reverse function to get a URL. And thus I can explicitly pass into the redirect function the reverse function with any URL pattern name as an argument. So let's import the reverse function. So and here I am calling the reverse function, and I am passing into it a URL pattern name tag list URL. Tags list URL. Tags list URL. And the next step is to create a URL pattern. So I am opening a URLs py model, and here I'm creating a new URL pattern. Delete trailing slash. And I need a new HTML file. Let's say it will be tag delete HTML. And the form here will be very simple. Action, it will be a URL to the view function. Equals to tag slug, the method post. Then CSRF token. Then let's say it will be h3 header with a question. And also I want to have a cancel link that will redirect me or user to the tag detail page. And to do it I have to use the getAbsoluteURL method of the tag object. So tag get absolute URL, and the class of this URL will be btn link. The text of this link will be cancel. And also I want to have a red button to delete the tag. The class will be btn danger. The text delete question mark. And now we can create get delete URL for the tag model. Let's use it here. Let's test it. Tags, GitHub, delete. Are you sure you want to delete GitHub tag? Cancel. Delete. And there is no the GitHub tag anymore. It works. And now the next step is to create a mixin. So again, I just copy this to the utils py model. Delete object mixin. The model will be none, the template variable none, and I need the redirect URL. So redirect URL will be the third class variable, none. Then here will be self model. Self template, self model name lower obj variable self model and here will be self redirect URL as an argument for the reverse function. Okay, let's import it to the views py model. Model, it's a tag template, it's blog tag delete HTML, and the redirect URL will be tag list URL. Tornado delete, delete. It works. And the same steps for the post delete view. Template will be with the same name, post delete HTML, redirect URL will be posts list URL. Then I need to create a new URL pattern. Trailing slash. Then let's add to the post model the get delete URL. And let's copy this to the new file. Post delete HTML. Post Okay, let's test it. Cherry. Sorry, post. Let's say it will be the first post. Okay. It's done. If you like the video, please thumb up and subscribe to the channel. In this video, I'm going to use custom CSS styles. We are done with the CRUD functionality, and as you can notice, it's tedious to change URL address manually every time we need to create, update or delete a post or a tag. And I thought that it will be a bit better to have a small panel with these links, something like a small admin panel in the right bottom corner, for example. And in this video I want to make such panel or a menu, and I am opening base HTML, and at the bottom of the file I am creating a new block. And I want a new admin panel block. Then I'm opening the basic block template in my blog app templates blog folder base blog HTML. And here I need the same block with the admin panel name. So and inside the admin panel block I'm creating a new div with the admin panel class. And the first link I want to have here is a link to the Django admin. Let's say it will be the A tag, href will be admin, the class will be btn outline info, and admin as the text. Also, I need links for create, edit and delete pages. So create, edit, delete. and classes. Create and edit links will be like the read button on the post list page. White button. So it will be the btn light CSS class. And the delete button will be red. btn danger class. And now I have to create a CSS file for the panel. And I want to have my panel at the right bottom corner, and it will be semi-transparent, and I want it fully non-transparent when I hover a mouse cursor over it. So at the top level of my project, where the manage.py file is, I am creating a new directory, the static, and in that folder will be stored all static files, that's CSS styles, JavaScript files and images. And inside the static directory I am creating another directory for CSS files. CSS. And inside the CSS directory I have to create a CSS file. So I want to have styles CSS. And I want to define for the admin panel CSS class the red background. So admin panel. Okay, but Django doesn't know yet that there is a new CSS file, and I have to attach the styles CSS file to my Django project. To do it, I need the settings.py file. That will be block engine child folder, settings.py, and I'm scrolling down until the static URL variable. And it seems that the static URL variable contains a name of a folder with static files. This is actually true, but this variable defines the name of the folder with static files of Django applications, but not of the entire project. And to attach my, let's say, global CSS file to the Django project, I have to define the static files dirs variable. Static files, plural, dirs, also plural, and it's a list. It's a list of directories with static files. And here I have to use the scheme I used when I attached templates directory. I need the absolute path to my static folder, and that will be auth path join base dir static. It's done, and now I need to use my styles CSS file in the HTML template. So I'm opening again the base HTML template with the basic layout of my site, and first of all I have to call the load function, and at the first line of my HTML template I'm calling the load function and passing into it the static as an argument. And then I'm creating a link to the CSS file as we usually do. So it's a link tag, style sheet, and here I have to paste path to my styles CSS file. So that will be static CSS styles CSS. And that's all. Let's test it. F5. And at the bottom of the page I can see my admin panel with a red background. So in the styles CSS I can delete this property So my admin panel will have border with 1 pixel width, solid color. Then border radius will be 2 pixels. Then I need to move my panel to the bottom right corner, so its position will be fixed. And from the right edge of the screen I want to have 50 pixels, so right property will be 50 pixels. And from the bottom, let's say it will be 30 pixels. I wanted semi-transparent panels, so opacity property will be 0.3, 30%. And I want to have padding between edges of the panel and the links. So padding will be 15 pixels from all sides. Let's test it. Okay. Fixed position. Great. I want to align them vertically. So as Bootstrap 4 based on flex boxes, the vertical alignment can be reached by adding to the parent container the Align Items Center class. So let's add it to the admin panel. Align Items Center. F5, and nothing changed. Because child elements of the admin panel are not divs, they are not blocks, but they are links, they are inline elements. And to change their behavior, I have to set to the A tags of the admin panel div the display property to block. So in the CSS style, I'm creating a new property, admin panel A, and here the display property will be block. Let's test it again, and I got vertical alignment, and I want to add paddings between links, or maybe margin from top and bottom will be 5 pixels, and from left and right 0 pixels. F5 again, and I got the margins between elements. Great. Also, I wanted to have the panel become non-transparent when hover. So admin panel hover, opacity equals to 1, F5. Great. I think I'm done with the CSS for now, and then I want to have links to the delete page and to the update page displayed only when I'm on the detail pages. Here, for instance, but not on the list pages. Not here. And by the way, I need to add the href attributes to my views. So my admin panel, and here there is another issue. If I'm on a post detail page, I want the update and the delete link referred to the post update and the post delete pages. And when I'm on a tag detail page, these links have to refer to the tag update and the tag delete pages, because I have two models here. So I think that the simplest way to do it is to use the object of post or a tag classes in the template in some additional variable, and then just call its getUpdateURL method or getDeleteURL method respectively. Something like admin object get update URL. and delete, so will be admin object get delete URL. And now I have to pass to the template the admin object variable. So in the blog app utils py, in the detail object mixin, I want to pass into the template additional variable that will be admin object with the obj as the value. Okay, let's test it. F5. And we can see update and delete links. Okay. And the next step is to display the edit and delete links only when I am on the detail pages. And I think that the obvious way to do it is to check whether the admin object was passed into the template or not. So in the base block HTML, I'm creating a new if block that will check if admin object, and if it's true, then I want to have these links. Let's test it. F5. Okay. And I have only admin and create buttons. And the last element is the create link. And here will be pure bootstrap. So I want to have a drop down menu here. But first of all, I have to add all bootstrap JS files to my project. So I just copy and paste those links to my base HTML template. Okay. Then I need a documentation page, and there is drop downs section. And I think to use this one. So drop down toggle class I am paste here. Roll button and other attributes I just copy and paste also here. Drop down div to the up. I want to delete this, and options, drop down menu options, that will be post and a tag. href will be the call of the URL function, and here post create URL. Post create URL and tag create URL. Ctrl C, Ctrl V, tag create URL. Let's test it. F5, create, post, and tag. Great. It works. That's it for now, and the next video will be about restricting access to pages. If you like the video, please thumb up and subscribe to the channel. Now I want to restrict an access to create, update and delete pages. In this video I'll just scratch a surface. I will literally just point to the problem. So, the admin panel is shown to everyone. Also, anybody can type into the address bar of a browser an update page URL, for example, and will get an access to the page, update page. How to restrict an access to a certain pages? And I will do it at two levels. At HTML level, I'll just hide the admin panel from not authenticated non-admin users. And also I'll restrict an access to a certain views. But before I start, I want to create a function that will redirect a user from the domain URL to the blog page. I want to have a permanent redirect, and I think that the view function for that should work on the level of my project entirely, but not at the level of the blog app. So I'm opening the views.py file in the child blog engine directory, and I need to import the redirect function. And now I'm defining a very simple view function. Let's say it will be redirect blog function. That will return the result of the redirect function. And I want to redirect a user to the posts list URL page, and it will be permanent redirect. So permanent set to true. And then in the urls.py file, I'm importing this redirect blog function, and I'm creating a new URL pattern. Let's test it. F5, and I'm deleting the blog, and I've got the redirect. Okay, now I'm going back to creating restrictions. First of all, I need to create a super user, an admin, and Django has the create super user command for that. So I'm opening terminal, type in the username, email address, your password, again, and that's all. And now we can log in into the Django admin, and our session will be saved. Okay. And then in the base HTML templates base, I have to check whether the current user is authenticated and is he an admin or not. So new if block, and all information about the current user is stored in the request object. So is the request user is, and request user is stuff. Then he will got the admin panel. Let's test it. F5, I am an admin and I can see this admin panel. Log out. and there is no admin panel anymore for non-admin, for non-authenticated user. The second part, I need to restrict an access to certain pages, create, update and delete. And I'm going to do it via restricting access to corresponding views. So I'm opening the views py file of my blog app. And first of all, I have to import from Django contrib auth mixins login required mixin. And then I am adding the login required mixin to those views I want to restrict an access to. So that'll be tag create, post create, tag update, post update, tag delete, post delete. And also I want to reset raise exception property to true. And let's test it. F5. Let's say I want to update, to edit this post. And I've got for 03 forbidden error. And if I log in, and as an admin I can edit my post. It works. And that's all for now. Thanks for watching. And now I want to add a pagination to the list pages. And I'm opening the pagination section of the Bootstrap documentation. And I need to choose one. I like this one. So just copy it. And in the base HTML template, after the content block, I am pasting it here. Let's see how it looks. F5 here. Not bad, okay. And now my plan is, first of all, I need to split the query set of the objects to n pages, let's say with 3 or maybe 2 objects on a page. Then I have to show certain posts depending on which page I am on the first page, for example, or on the second page. And then I have to bind the pagination layout, this one, with my pages. And by clicking on the numbers, I should be redirected to those pages. So let's open the shell. And I have to import the pagination class. So from Django core paginator, import paginator class. And also I need the post model. So from blog models, import post. Let's get all posts. So the post variable will be post objects all. I have 4 posts. Okay, and now I need to create an instance of the paginator class. And the first argument I have to pass into the paginator's constructor is a query set of objects I want to split in pages. So that will be the posts variable. And the second argument is a quantity of objects I want to have on each page. And let's say it will be 2 posts on each page. And now the paginator warns me that the pagination may yield inconsistent result with an unordered object list. That's because I didn't specify in my models an order in which posts and tags should be sorted. So let's do it right now. In the models py model, I have to define a meta class for each of my models. So somewhere at the bottom I'm defining a subclass meta that will have only one variable, ordering. The ordering variable is a list of strings, and each string is a sorting criteria. My posts have the date pub property, and I want to use it to sort my posts. So that will be date pub property, this one. And to sort posts in a reversed order from recent to oldest, I have to put before the date pub property here the minus sign. And for the tag, my tag class has only 2 properties, so I want to sort tags by title. And that's all. Let's try it again. And there is no warning message this time. And let's look at the attributes of the paginator object. Some of them I'll use a bit later. So I have the paginator object and how I can get its pages now. And to get a certain page, I have to call the getPage method. Let's create p1 variable that will be paginator object, and I'm calling the getPage method. And as an argument, I have to pass into it a page number, that it will be the first page. The getPage method returns the page class object, and it's very useful to examine attributes of objects, so I want to look at attributes of p1 variable. And here I need the object list property. p1 object list. We can see now the query set with 2 posts on the page, on page 1. And I think that the main idea you got. A user clicks on pages in the pagination bar. Django gets in the request object a page number the user clicked on, and this number will pass into paginator's getPage method. Then we get query set with posts, and then we'll pass to an HTML template the content of the object list property of a page. And let's implement it in the code. I am opening the views py file and I have to import the paginator class. And in the posts lists view, I'm creating a paginator object. The first argument is the posts variable, this one, and I want to have 2 posts on a page. Then I need to get the page object. That will be paginator, the getPage method, and I want to have the first page for a while, so I hardcode the 1 as an argument. And in the context dictionary, I am calling the pages variable object a list attribute. as the object list is the query set of posts, so the end result will be the same. So let's test it. F5, and we can see only 2 posts on the first page. Okay, now I want to have an ability to change the page number. And usually URLs with the pagination look something like this. Question mark page equals to 1, or question mark p equals to 1, or question mark n equals to 1, etc. The parameters of the GET requests are listed after the question mark. So in this example, the page or the p or n is the parameter of the GET request. If there are several parameters, they are separated by the ampersand, something like this: ampersand items. And as you know, the content of GET requests we can fetch from the GET dictionary of the request object. So I'm creating the page number variable that equals to the request GET dictionary. Request object GET dictionary, and I'm calling its GET method, and I want to get the value of the page key. And if there is no the page key, I want to have the page number 1 by default. And here in the getPage method, I am passing the page number variable. Let's test it. Question mark page equals to 1. Nothing changed. Equals to 2. And we can see different content for the second page. I have only 2 pages because I have only 4 posts. Okay. And the next step is to bind the pagination bar layout with my Django project. And I want to change the value of the page parameter in the address bar when I'm clicking on a link in the pagination bar. So let's look at the paginator's attributes one more time. There is the page range property. That's an iterator that returns a range object. At each iteration of the for loop, the page range iterator yields a number from 1 to max quantity of pages. And thus, in the HTML template, I have to iterate through paginator object and get its values. And to reach to the paginator object in an HTML template, I can use the page object, and it has the reference to its paginator attribute. And we can see that the paginator object is the same one. So, first of all, in post_list function, I want to pass the page to the HTML template. So, in the posts list, and instead of the posts variable, I have to use the page variable and its object list property. That will return the query set. Let's test it. 5, nothing changed. And I am back to the pagination bar in the base HTML. So, I am interested in links with numbers. I need this one, and I'm starting a new for block, and for n in page, its paginator object, page range, and here I'm using this layout for a page. The text of the link will be n, and href attribute will be question mark page that equals to n. Let's test it. F5, and I've got links with numbers. Content changes. Okay, we can delete this element number 3, and I want to use this layout for current page. And to use the current page indicator, we can check whether the page number that we got from the view matches to the value of the number variable in the for loop, in this one. And the number of a page we can get with the number property of a page object. So I have the page here, and its number will return its number, obviously. So inside the for loop, I'm checking if block, and if page number equals to n, this one, I'm using this layout for the link. The text will be n, and the href attribute will be the same, page equals to n. And if close I put here, and between my li tags I am pasting else, and let's check it. F5, and I've got the current page indicator. Okay, and the next issue is that if we will have 1000 pages, all pages will be enumerated here in the pagination bar, and I want to fix it. The idea is to assign CSS styles only to pages that are, let's say, 2 or 3 greater or less than the current page number. So I have to change a bit the else clause, and now it will be an elif clause, and if n will be greater than page number -3, but we cannot do that way in HTML templates. Instead of that, Django provides a special add filter that we can use to add or subtract numbers in HTML templates. So I put here the pipe and specify the add filter, colon and -3. Add -3 means a subtraction. And then and if the n will be less than page number, add 3, then the links will be displayed to a user. Let's test it. F5. Nothing changed because I have only 2 pages. Let's fix it in the view. Let's say I have 1 post per page, and again F5, and we can see that only 4 pages are displayed in a time. Okay, and at last I want to have the previous and the next buttons working. And again, let's look at attributes of the page object. And there are has next, has other pages, has previous, has next page number, previous page number, properties. that we will use to get next and previous buttons. So in the posts lists view, and here in the view I want to create a links to previous page and to the next page. I just check if the page object has next, then the next URL will be the f string page equals to page next page number, else next URL will be an empty string. The same checking for the previous page, if page has previous, then the pref URL will be and the context dictionary will have additional keys. Will be next page URL and brief page URL. So, and in the base HTML, here I want to set the disabled in the case if there is no previous pages. So that will be a new if block, and if not previous page URL, then the list item gets the disabled class. And if here href will be previous page URL, and the same I want to use for the next page. And just copy this here, if not next page, and gets the disabled class. href will be next page URL, and let's test it. F5. Okay, it works. That's all for now, and in the next video I'll add the basic search. I have a search form, so I want to use it. And in this video I'll add a basic search through posts, titles and bodies. So in the posts list, I want to change the quantity of posts on a page to 4. So for paginator variable. Okay, and when a user inputs something in the search form and clicks the button, he performs a GET request to read some data. Parameters of GET requests are stored in the request object in the GET dictionary, and we can get the needed data value with something like this. Okay, what key we can read is up to us. We can set to the input field of the form the name attribute, and its value becomes a key in the GET dictionary. So I'm opening the base HTML template, and the search form is here. And for the input tag, I want to add the name attribute and the name will be search. And the value of the name attribute becomes a key for the get dictionary of the request object. Also, I need the action attribute for the form. So just add it here. And the action attribute is a link to a function that will handle the data of the form. So I want to use posts list URL for that. Post list URL, it's a posts list view function. Okay, so in the posts list I'm getting the value of the search key, and the default value will be empty string. Okay, I've got a user's search request, and now I have to filter all posts with this search query. So I just check if search query, then the posts variable will be post objects. I am calling the filter method, and the lookup will be title 2 underscores I contains. I contains means case insensitive search. The search query as the value for that parameter. Okay, and otherwise posts variable will be just all posts. And let's test it. It will be slug. And I've got one post with the slug word in the title. Okay, it works. And as I wanted to have a search by titles or bodies of posts, I can pass into the filter method additional arguments. So I am adding the second argument, the second lookup body I contains. Let's test it again. And if I'm input slug again, we can see that there is no results. That is because the filter method performs its search by both arguments. Thus, it will search for posts if the search query will be in the title of a post and in its body. That is why we have no results here. Okay, how we can fix it? And to fix this behavior, we can use the Q class. And let's import it from Django DB Models module, import Q class. And with the Q class, my search criteria for the filter method will be the first argument of the filter method will be an instance of the Q class, and I am passing into the Q class constructor the lookup title I contains. And the second argument will be also the Q class object with the body lookup. And I can combine these Q objects using the pipe symbol that means or I can use the ampersand sign that means and. I want to use or. So let's test it again. And now I've got one result where the slug word is in the title. Let's create a new post with the new word in its body. And I've got 3 results where the new word in the titles and one post with the new word in its body. it works. And that's all with the basics of Django. If you like my videos, please thumb up and subscribe to my channel.